I am not a pirate, but I long to be. Sailing by the stars across the seven seas. Living with no earthly cares, my mates and me. The envy of all worldly men who are not free. A song to sing for beggars, a song to sing for saints, a song to sing for wealthy men, all wrapped and bound in chains. Our treasure's not in gold or in our piety. Our wealth is in an answered call, the longing of the sea. Stormy oceans carried us to lands we've never known, to mysteries and buried secrets from the tales of old. So hoist the sail and raise the flag, we do not stop for night. We'll ride the wild winds and waves until the morning's light. In smugglers' caves and tavern halls, we live by no man's rules. We fly the colors of the living, free and proud and true. We set out on the ocean's blue to escape tyranny. We'll keep our merry hearts alive so long we roam the sea. A man once walked along the shore and called he out to me, I see you are a fisherman, a lover of the sea. I know this world's a wretched place, but if you follow me, I'll take all of your burdens, and pirates we shall be. Okay, so today we're going to be doing some more blenders, except instead of me being in my space, in my spacer test world, I want to try something else. So X delete, do Shift A, I believe, and then do a plane, and get that to be quite large with scaling with S. Then what are we going to do now? The thing is that I need a test platform in order to do particle physics. And what I'm going to need I'm going to need to build a room in order to then create a model for like a engine, a rocket engine, and then I need to then texture everything, and then I need to figure out how to do particle physics out of the engine, and all of that, and turn that into like a scene of some sort. So X, no, Y, make it longer. So I'm imagining extrude in the C direction up. So we have that. we're gonna need to make this GX, make it a little bit wider. GZ. So we have that. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna need the floor and the walls to be separate objects, aren't I? Shift D, and then VRY 90 degrees, and then go isometric like that. GX like that. Close enough. Close enough. RX and 90 degrees. GY scale. GZ. Scale it more. GZ. Wonderful. So those are three separate objects. Uh, 37. And this is also 37. Good. I don't think I'm doing this properly, but who cares? Um, What's next? What's next? Uh, uh, what I want to do is, okay, I gotta turn on the Mozart music, obviously. But I need to I'm just looking up reference images on the other screen. Engine test set. Uh, what about the Saturn? Okay, so this is NASA website for the rocket engine test facility image gallery. This does not look like it helps me. I mean, I guess this might help me. Um, uh, um, gallery? Okay. I'm trying to figure out what the test room looks like. I'm just going to have to take some autistic thinking. How would I test things? Well, first, maybe Shift A, cylinder, then take it, make it like that. Go like that. Somewhat center. Add modifier. Generate Boolean. Select object. Object cylinder. Fail to set value. Oh. Add modifier. Generate Boolean object cylinder. Apply. Yep, that worked. So I got a circle in a plate. Wonderful. E S G Z, and then expand that downwards quite a bit. Cool, cool, cool. So we got that. Add modifier, generate array. Oh, no, not that. Uh, Control L, X, vertices. Yep. Okay, get out of edit mode. Then do another Shift A cube. Grab it, shrink it. Reselect face. G in the Y direction. Make it pretty long. Then add modifier, generate array. Offset quite a bit. Increase the count by a couple. Grab it, move it. GY. Do it like that. Wonderful. Why did I do that? What does that look like? Engine test. Gallery. I guess I don't need these at all. What I need is Shift A, Mesh Cube. Rotate in the Z direction 45. Yeah, that looks about right. Add, generate array. Instead, do it in a circle, count 3 radius. And radius 10 meters. Close enough. GC. C. radius 8, radius 6, radius 5, radius 5. Okay, wonderful. Now I'm gonna take this G in the Z direction, bring it down a bit. Actually make it thinner. Okay. What happened to the images? Here we go. Hydrogen engine test. Shuttle testing images. Main shuttle engine. Okay. Space shuttle main engine. RS-25. It's the RS-25. RS-25 engine test. Okay, so the facility is more like that. Hot fire or S25. Okay. Let us.
In Albany, we root for the home team because
Why can't? Okay. Okay. Why is the hole that shape? cylinder. Chassis. Up. R92, X direction. Then it's selecting the face, G in the Y direction, bring it inner. Then it's even thinner. Okay. Then it's select face, control. No. X faces. First 25 engine. Oh, cool. Wikipedia with the clutch image. Okay. Ooh. Huh. Why can't? Hmm. Main fuel valve. Chamber coolant. So fuel goes down here. Goes. Wait. But where does that go? Oh, wait, hold on. So these are combustion zones as well? Oxidizer heat exchanger. High pressure oxidizer turbo pump. Fuel turbo. Fuel pre-burner aux valve. Fuel pre-burner. Fuel pre-burner, oxidizer pre-burner. What's a pre-burner? Hold on. Hold on. Wikipedia pre-burner. Okay, here we go. Staged combustion cycle. Power cycle of bipropellant rocket engine in a staged combustion cycle. Propellant flows through multiple combustion chambers and thus combusted in stages. The main stage, relative to the other rocket engine power cycles, is high fuel efficiency measured through specific impulse, while its main disadvantage is engineering complexity. Okay. So this would be the fuel-rich pre-burner, and this would be the oxidizer-rich pre-burner. And then they combine in the main combustion chamber. With more oxidizer? Okay. Today I learned. Now it's modeling time. So uh Wikipedia. I'll put that over on the left side, left monitor. Okay. Right. 55.2. Y.2. 50 Y.2. E Y.2 E Y.2 Y.2. Um, okay. So manual. Move. Spread. G E E N M A M Alt S G G E Y E Y. Nope. U. No. What am I trying to do? It's control access. Using mouse for transformations is convenient, but if you require precision control, you can also enter shortcuts, rotate scale. Access locking, plane locking, access locking habits. That's Alt Shift S. Alt Shift G. Alt Shift E. Alt Shift W. Alt Shift C. Alt Shift V. Shift Control Alt S. Axis rotations and this origin merge. Good. Split selection, rip UVs, unwrap, pin, unpin. Seams and islands, back islands, scale. cheat sheet. Player image. Hotkeys. This is what I managed to find. Oh. Okay, so that's what that does. Mesh select. VE. S. TRG. Okay. Text paint. Those. What even is this? Shift W? That that's this is that's weird. Alt Shift S is its own thing. Okay, so edge select that edge, and G. Three o'clock alarm. G Y G Y G Y. Nope. 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 G Y G Y. Okay. Select multiple edge loop. Ugh. Mm. Mm. Switch to face mode. Holding control to see. Select loop and region. Select, why does not? Shift, select. Having a very hard time right now. I had a lofty goal, and now I'm really struggling. I did this before, but how did I do it? Press her to active. Wonderful. Shift A. Mesh. Torus. Looking at images isn't going to help me. I enjoyed myself when I wasn't concerned with things being symmetrical and stuff. Okay. Circle. 12 vertices. Rotate it 90. Y, rotate it 15 degrees. Perfect. So we got that. We can. We got that. E. Y direction. 0.05. E in the Y direction. 0.05. Is it not? Is E not extruding? That's face select. Zero 5. There we go. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hmm. Yeah. Scale 1.2. Scale 1.25. Scale 0.26. Scale 0.28. Scale 1.8. 1.3. Scale 1.1. Scale 1.2. Scale 1.25. Scale 1.3. Scale 1.35. Scale 1.4. Scale 1.5. Scale 1.6. Scale 1.65. Scale 1.7. Scale 1.7. Two, three, isometric, E, like that. That's and once again, it's like that. E, Y, S, E, Y, G, Y, G, S, G, Y. Those merged, and it's that. that. Apply. Yes. Scale. Add modifier, generate, solidify, division surface. places. How do I... Um, okay, so that's all connected. Um, Shift Z. See, that's where... I don't understand why it's acting like that. 8 Z 180 A1. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's smooth. Extrude faces around normals, 0.2, negative 0.2. That looks good to me. That looks good to me. Ooh. That's a pretty nice sound. Ooh, but what if I need to weld afterwards? Yes, I guess. But here's the problem. I'm not making them out of enough separate parts. Oh. This is one part. Cool. Done. Now I need to, while in object mode, Shift A, do a new circle. 90 degrees. And make make that circle E, Y, E, edit mode, E, Y, then scale, E, Y, scale, Control Z, E, Y, scale. E, Y, scale, E, Y, scale, E, Y, scale, E, Y, scale it all down, just like, actually, generate, subdivision surface, modifier, solidify. Solidify needs to come before subdivision surface. And it's more like that. And scaled up slightly. Perfect, so we got the ring and then the inner bell. Sorry, the rings and then the inner bell. Now we do combustion chamber. y, -1. So now we got these. Extrude scale. 0.85. And the GY point, actually -1. Perfect. Wonderful. Nope. 1. Vertice, 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 face. Or Shift C. Add modifier. Subdivision surface. GY. Scale. Well, there's that. So valve combustion chamber, uh, cooling pipes. I I think those would be cooling pipes. Ugh. Man. I need to get into a better habit of closing the manual so it's not covering most of the stream. But yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to parent everything to the combustion chamber, control P object. Sphere. Yes, I am in object mode. 50. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now that that camera is in position, um, object. Snap. Okay. Object snap. Snap. Certified. Um, how do I move to the 3D cursor? under the cursor. There was something that I remember in the humane rigging.
Welcome to the
It was what? It was with the eyes.
eyes, window into the soul, or lack thereof. I'm not really sure that Mr. Squeegee Feet has a soul. After all, he has squeegees for feet. But still, he needs eyes to see.
Hold on. Open up.
Unlike the leg and foot rigs, for this rig I have actually imported the eye meshes into our little rigging playground. We could have done that with the legs and feet too, and I encourage you to do that if you want to when testing out rig ideas. And let's position them at the center of each eyeball. To do this exactly, we can use Blender's cursor snapping tools. Select the eye, go into edit mode, and alt-right click on one of the center edges to select an edge loop. Press Shift S and select Cursor to Selected from the menu.
Shift S. Shift S. Shift S. Cursor to selected. Okay, cool. Now, set origin to 3D cursor. Now, I parent everything, Control P, to object, and now if I put the object at location 0, 0, and then I put this also at 0, 0, it's all lined up. It's all lined up. Okay, cool. Finally. Ugh. Thank you once again to this isn't the original guy.
Welcome. Welcome to the Humane Rigging DVD. My name is Nathan Vegadol.
Nathan Vegadol. Maybe the Clippies didn't even... Well, I thank you, Clippies, anyway, for having that linked in the... inside of the Blender manual. Actually, you know what? Let me close that. I'm gonna need to reposition the camera. Kind of parent that to parent it to that object. I'm gonna need food. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Very hungry. Oh, I have the manual open again. Add. Text. Food. How do I change the color again? Oh, yeah. S 00FF03. Uh, 00FF03. Okay, this side. Okay. I already have pizza, I just need to throw it into the microwave real quick. Okay. I just put it into the microwave and walked away. It's gonna be... I have literally no more than 30 seconds to sit down. So what I'll need to do... Alright, it's the microwave going on. Sad, soggy pizza that was made in the microwave. You gotta love it. You gotta love it when your pizza has the same texture as hot cookie dough. Gotta let it cool for a second. Okay. Actually, I'll put this off to the left. Uh, Control S, no. See, you know what? Maybe I need to have the humane rigging up at all times.
Welcome to the eyes, window into the soul, or lack thereof. I'm not really sure that Mr. Squeegee Feet has a soul. After right-click on one of the center edges to select an edge loop. Press Shift S and select
Shift S, Shift S, Shift S. Cursor to active. Wonderful. Now I'm going to have My combustion chamber's too long. A cylinder. Radius 0.25. Um, a modifier, generate Boolean object cylinder I. Um, 0, 0. Modifiers, add modifier, Boolean object, cylinder 0, 1. These that's like Shift A mesh cylinder. That's the wrong thing. Wait, hold on. Could the reason that wasn't working was because of freaking the merge? No. No. Rotate on the y-axis 90 degrees. B, Z, G, X. Modifier, generate Boolean object that y x x faces x vertices. Wonderful. Shift S. Selection to active. Rotate on the X, on the Y axis 90 degrees. G on the Z axis. There we go. Add modifier, generate Boolean object, object one, apply, GX1. Faces. Select edge, loop select, X vertices. There we go. I wonder what happens if I subdivide this. Ugh. Control R. Wonderful. Shift B. X. 2. -1. R. C. 180. Actually, rotate C 30 degrees. Shift S, cursor to active. Shift S, Origin to 3D cursor. That be at 0. Perfect. Control L, G, X, that way, and then have that be a face, have that be a face. Okay, so there's that. Okay, 90. Okay, in the C direction, like that. Shrink it down. Guess I can't extrude along normals. I can extrude faces along normals. Okay, now... So I have this right here. And I have that T off right there. Now I got to get to the pre-burners. As cursor to active. Focal. Focal. Cursor to active is exactly what I wanted. I need Shift A. A new cylinder. With a larger radius, maybe not as much of a depth. And then I need to rotate it 90 degrees. Oh man. Hold up, hold up. Press cursor to selected. And Shift S. Selection to cursor. G. Okay. Modifier, add modifier, Boolean. Cylinder 01. Apply. Add modifier. Geometry. Generate Boolean object. Apply. Boolean object. Apply. Now, faces. Vertices. X faces. X vertices. Join tab. Fine. Fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. Bridge sucks. Bridges suck. Okay? It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine actually. Face a small normal suit do that, and you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh. The pre-burner has to go back through the turbine. I messed this up horribly. Horribly, I tell you. Have I considered that rocket science is actually complex? No, I haven't considered that, actually. Maybe somebody should inform me that rocket science is actually rocket science, you know? Is like, oh yeah, just make a model based off of a diagram, why don't you? It'll be simple, why don't you? Have I just been overthinking? Does it need to be such a detailed thing? Mm. Big brain. Okay. Rich. It's been 4.5 hours. Ooh. And here I am being picky on how something looks. Why am I so picky? Why does it have to... Why do I have to do it this way? For what reason am I putting myself through such pain? I don't feel like I'm succeeding well. I don't think I'm. I don't think this is going well. Save. Engine test cell. I'm having a hard time imagining what to texture things as. I don't feel like I'm learning anything. I don't feel like I'm learning anything. Apparently chat disconnected and then reconnected without me knowing. even know where to begin. Am I trying to do things too complicated too quickly? Okay. And there's that, I guess. So, what about... Uh-oh. Oh, I gotta go to... Oh, I gotta make... I gotta make a textures folder. Oh. Blender image. Create new folder. Engine texture piece. Texture paint. Control save. Image. Save as. Engine info. Save as. Image save. Cool. Now I gotta go layout, select that, texture paint, image, save as, save. Okay, cool. Now I can go to layout, go to their texture paint, and I'm going to I don't know what I'm doing, but I hope I'm having fun. Okay.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Blender Made Easy tutorial. Today we're going to be creating a flamethrower. Flamethrowers are really cool and there's a lot of different variations that you can choose from. So I recommend looking at some reference images and finding out what you like, and then we can move into Blender. After many hours of testing and rendering, I've found a system that looks really good for creating flamethrowers, and I'm going to be showing you in this video. To actually create one, we can either use a mesh object to emit the fire, or we can use a particle system. Mesh objects don't really look that great and the fire is going to be kind of random, so it's better to use a particle system. And that's what we're going to do first. So let's go ahead and delete the default cube and press Shift A and add in a mesh and then a circle. This is going to be the object that emits the fire. Let's open up this panel on the bottom here and set the fill type to Ngon so we have a face in the middle.
Okay. Shift A, mesh, circle, GZ, size it down, BZ, okay.
Next, let's rotate this so it's pointed in the X direction. So I'm going to hit R and Y and type 90 and enter. And I also want to make sure that we are working with real world scale, so let's set this down to an actual size of a flamethrower. If we open up the properties tab, we're going to set the X and Y dimensions down to 0.03 and enter. And then make sure you press Ctrl A, apply the scale and rotation so all the numbers go back to 0 and 1.
What?
Dimensions down to 0.03 and enter. And then make sure you press Ctrl A, apply the scale and rotation.
Control A, Control A, scale, Control A, rotation.
So all the numbers go back to 0 and 1. Let's drag this up about 1 grid unit above the grid floor, so right about there. Next, I want to give it some random movement. This will make it look like someone's actually holding the flamethrower and moving it around as it's shooting out. So to do this, let's add in a cylinder object. We'll go into edit mode with this cylinder, press G and Z, and then if we hold Control, we can snap it right there so that the origin point is right at the bottom. And then let's just scale it down until it's a really skinny cylinder, something like this. Then we can rotate it and place it right where the circle is. I'm going to select the circle and then holding Shift select the cylinder, press Ctrl P and click on Object. So now this is going to rotate and it's going to move the circle as well. Make sure you press Ctrl A and apply the rotation and scale to this object as well. And now let's give it some random rotation. I'm going to hit I and add in a keyframe on frame 1, just using rotation, and then come up to the top menu and split this view. Let's switch it over to the graph editor and give some random noise to that rotation keyframe. If we open up this panel, we can see the X and Y and Z rotation keyframes. Let's select the Y rotation, and if we go over to the modifier tab on the right, we can add in a noise modifier. I'm going to set the scale of this much higher. Let's try a value of 20, and then the strength of this I'm going to go down to 0.2, and let's see what this looks like. You can see that is looking pretty good. If you think that is too much or too little, you can change the scale and strength right here. And then what we can do is copy the modifier, select the Z rotation, and then paste the modifier by clicking the button on the right. Make sure you also give it a random offset so it's not the same pattern. And there we go. That looks pretty good. We can go ahead and close this off, and now we can create the particle system. First, let's select our circle, go over to the particle system tab, and create a new one. if we play this, you're going to see it just falls straight down. So let's add in a couple of collision objects. Let's add in a plane first and scale it up pretty big. Then let's also add in a wall over here. I'm going to press Shift A and add in a cube, scale it along the X so it's a little bit skinnier, and then we'll just drag it over here. I'm going to set this about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably around like 7 or 8 grid units away. So with this plane selected, we're going to jump over to the physics properties, add in a collision modifier, and then set the dampening all the way up to 0.9. The dampening controls the bounciness. If it's set all the way down to 0, you're going to see the particles bounce quite a bit, and there is no dampening of the bounce. So we're going to set that all the way up to around 0.9, and then give it a little bit of randomness. Same thing for the friction. We're going to go all the way up to 0.9, and then the random will go up to maybe like 0.5. We need to do the same thing for the cube, so go ahead and select it, add collision, and just drag up the values. Now what we need to do is have the particles shoot outwards, because right now they're shooting out and falling straight down. So let's fix that by selecting the circle and then jumping over to the particle system tab. For the start frame, I want it to start slightly higher, so let's set it to 10, and then the end frame, we're going to set this a little bit lower. What we're going to do is actually have 3 circles, and they're going to have their own particle system. There's going to be a burst of fire at the start, a longer burst, and then finally at the end it's going to shoot out completely. So for this one, since I want it to be a short burst, let's go to like 23 frames, or the end frame is 23. So here is how long that burst of fire will last, and I think that is pretty good. As for the number of particles, 1000 is perfectly fine for this one. The lifetime I'm going to set down to 25, so they only last for 25 frames. The velocity tab, we're going to set the normal amount to 0. That's that initial normal velocity as it shoots out to the right. Now what happens is it should just go straight down. Yep. But what we want is for the object aligned X, we want to go all the way up to around like 26 or 27. So now what happens is if we play it, they're going to shoot out like that. Now that looks a lot better, but it's still slightly too fast.
Frame start, lifetime 50, velocity just 40 meters per second with like, oh. It is rotate X 180. Is that? Yep. So that does that.
What we're going to do is open up the physics properties and set the dampening up to 0.1. Just like a real flamethrower, it's going to shoot out very quickly, but then slowly die off. And the dampening value, it's going to properties and set the dampening up to. What we're going to do is open up the physics properties and set the damp. 2.1. Just like a real flamethrower, it's going to shoot out very quickly, but then slowly die off. And the dampening value will allow us to do that. So if we play this now, you can see they start out quickly, but then slowly slow down at the end there. Now, another very important thing is the randomize. You can see right now they're in a completely straight line. If we bring up the random, it's going to spread out that particle system and make it look a lot better. Let's go with a
Wait, where's the random? Oh geez, the visual quality is friggin' 360p.
value of 2, and we'll see what.
Randomize is right next to velocity random.
What that looks like. And that might be a bit too much, so let's go back down to 1 and we'll see what that looks like. And that is looking pretty good. I'm also going to set the
So, what about collisions? Fish. Create. And then particles. Collision. Now what happens if I still doesn't have collision?
viewport display a lot smaller so we can actually see what we're doing. So for the size here,
What exactly?
completely straight line. If we important thing is the randomize. You can see right now they're in a completely straight line. If we bring up the random, it's going to spread out that particle system and make it look a lot better. Let's go with a value of 2 and we'll see what that looks like. And that might be a bit too much, so let's go back down to 1 and we'll see what that looks like.
So what if my problem is that I don't six. Yeah, I think that's good.
And that is looking pretty good. I'm also going to set the viewport display a lot smaller so we can actually see what we're doing.
Wait, so how did he do collisions?
Probably around like 7 or 8 grid units away. So with this plane selected, we're going to jump over to the physics properties, add in a collision modifier, and then set the dampening all the way up to 0.9.
Okay. Select this. Modifier. Physics. Collision. So now if I go into this, go to particles, set random back up to 6 for when it had a problem. Okay. Cool. don't think I'm going to have collision be... Sorry, random to B6. I think I'm just gonna keep it at 4. Okay, so...
The dampening controls the bounciness. If it's set all the way down to 0, you're going to see the particles bounce quite a bit, and there is no dampening of the bounce. So we're going to set that all the way up to around 0.9, and then give it a little bit of randomness. Same thing for the friction. We're going to go all the way up to 0.9, and then the random will go up to maybe like 0.5. We need to do the same thing for the cubes. Go ahead and select it, add collision, and just drag up the values. Now what we need to do is have the particles shoot outwards, because right now they're shooting out and falling straight down. So let's fix that by selecting the circle and then jumping over to the particle system tab. For the start frame, I want it to start slightly later, so let's set it to 10, and then the end frame, we're going to set this a little bit lower. What we're going to do is actually have 3 circles, and they're going to have their own particle system. There's going to be a burst of fire at the start, a longer burst, and then finally at the end it's going to shoot out completely. So for this one, since I want it to be a short burst, let's go to like 23 frames, or the end frame is 23. So here is how long that burst of fire will last, and I think that is pretty good. As for the number of particles, 1000 is perfectly fine for this one. The lifetime I'm going to set down to 25, so they only last for 25 frames. The velocity tab, we're going to set the normal amount to 0. That's that initial normal velocity as it shoots out to the right. Now what happens is it should just go straight down. Yep. But what we want is for the object on line X, we want to go all the way up to around like 26 or 27. So now what happens is if we play it, they're going to shoot out like that. Now that looks a lot better, but it's still slightly too fast. What we're going to do is open up the physics properties and set the dampening up to 0.1. Just like a real flamethrower, it's going to shoot out very quickly, but then slowly die off. And the dampening value will allow us to do that. So if we play this now, you can see they start out quickly, but then slowly slow down at the end there. Now, another very important thing is the randomize. You can see right now they're in a completely straight line. If we bring up the random, it's going to spread out that particle system and make it look a lot better. Let's go with a value of 2 and we'll see what that looks like. And that might be a bit too much, so let's go back down to 1 and we'll see what that looks like. And that is looking pretty good. I'm also going to set the viewport display a lot smaller so we can actually see what we're doing. So for the size here, we're just going to drag this a bit lower just so it's not protruding the entire view. Now that we've set up a basic particle system, we can duplicate this object. So I'm going to select my circle right here, press Shift D and then right click. Come up to the top here and click the 2 to create a new particle system, and now we can change these settings without affecting the other one. So for this one, I'm going to set the number slightly higher. We're going to go 1500. And then for the start frame, we're going to go up to 35. And then this one is going to last slightly longer. Let's go up to a value of 50. And then it's going 15, 7. And then this, we're going to scale this cube up, place it right about here, and go into edit mode and just drag this over until it reaches this side of the wall. So right about there is good. We'll click and drag down here, make sure this is right on the floor as well. And then also we don't really need this tall, so I'm gonna drag it down a little bit. I might scale this wall out, and I think that is pretty good. We want to make sure that the domain is as small as it can be, because the bigger it is, the longer it's going to take to bake. And since we scaled it up, make sure you press Ctrl A and apply the scale. So with the domain, the down a little bit, baked in. setting and then click on Bake All Dynamics. So now all the particle systems are baked in, and now we are ready for the fire simulation. Now that we've done that, we can open up the cache setting and then click on Bake All Dynamics. So now all the particle systems are baked in, and now we are ready for the fire 7. We're going to go all the way up to 7,000 particles. It's going to start at frame 80 and last all the way to 215. And I'm also going to set the velocity up to 27, and I think that will look good. Let's go ahead and play it. So that's the first one, that's the second, and then this one is the third one, and that's going to last the entire animation. Now that we've done that, we can open up the cache setting and then click on Bake All Dynamics. So now all the particle systems
Okay. So I baked all dynamic.
are baked in, and now we are ready for the fire simulation. To start out with, we first need a domain object, so I'm going to press Shift A and add in a cube.
I think I'm going to shift A and add in a cylinder instead.
We're going to scale this cube up, place it right about here, and go into edit mode and just drag this over until it reaches this side of the wall. So right about there is good. We'll click and drag down here, make sure this is right on the floor as well. And then also, we don't really need this tall, so I'm gonna drag it down a little bit. I might scale this wall out, and I think that is pretty good. You want to make sure that the domain is as small as it can be, because the bigger it is, the longer it's going to take to bake. And since we scaled it up, make sure you press Ctrl A and apply the scale. So with the domain selected, let's jump over to the physics properties, add in the fluid, and set the type over to domain.
Did I?
And now we are ready for the fire simulation. To start out with, we first need a domain object, so I'm going to press Shift A and add in a cube. We're going to scale this cube up, place it right about. So we don't really all as it can be. So with the domain selected, let's jump over to the physics properties, add in the fluid, and set the type over to domain.
So, physics, fluid, type, domain. gas. Oh, wait. Okay. There we go.
Make sure the domain type is set to gas, and before we
Yeah, it's set to gas.
do anything else, let's scroll down to the bottom right here and switch it over to modular so we can actually
Modular.
bake this in, and I'm also going to turn on is resumable.
I heard a notification, and it's just like, what could that be? I have no idea.
You might think that the higher you go with this number, the better the fire simulation will look, which is the case up until a certain point. I found that if you go higher than around 320, it starts to look way too noisy and chaotic. So for this tutorial, I'm going to stick with a value of 320. You can get away with 256, that does still look pretty good, but value of 320.
Resolution division. Do 256.
You can get away with 256, that does still look pretty good, but if your computer can handle it, you can go with 320. The time scale, I'm just going to set this slightly lower so it slows down the simulation, and the time steps, I'm going to drag up to a value of 5. Again, this will
Sorry, what's the name? Time steps.
slow down the bake time, so don't go too high with this number, but I think 5 is perfectly fine. And then for the border collisions, make sure the bottom is checked so the fire will actually collide with the bottom of the domain. And then we also want to check the right side, so it's going to hit the wall and then spread outwards. Turn on adaptive domain, and for this threshold value, we're going to set this really low. Adaptive domain extends the domain. Adaptive domain makes the Adaptive domain changes the size of the domain based on the simulation. So it's not going to bake all the way over here on frame 1, it's only going to bake in where the smoke simulation is. And the threshold value is the amount that it's considered empty. So basically, if you have smoke that's starting to dissipate, this threshold value controls when the smoke will get deleted and the domain will shrink. I found if you have this turned up a little bit and dissolve is turned on, you get these weird simulations where some of it gets cut off and it doesn't look that good. So make sure the threshold is really low. The vorticity right here, we're going to go up just slightly to 0.02, and then we're also going to turn on dissolve. Set the time up to around 80, and I found that that looks pretty good. Over here in the fire, we're going to set the react
What does it? Dissolve noise. Parents fight.
up to around 80, and I found that
Dissolve 80.
that looks pretty good. Over here in the fire, we're going to set the reaction speed lower to 0.6. This will add more fire to the scene.
Here.
And that's basically all we really need to do for the domain. As for the flow object, go ahead and select it, click on fluid, switch the type over to flow, and then for the flow type, we're going to go fire and smoke. And then the flow behavior, switch it over to inflow.
Flow behavior.
The sampling substeps, since the particles are moving quickly, we want to make sure that this works properly, so we're going to set this all the way up to a value of 10. The
I'm only gonna go up to 8.
fuel setting here controls the rate of the flame. The higher you go with this value, the more fire will be produced and the more chaotic it will be. I found that a value of 1 actually looks pretty good for this
Gonna do 2.
scene, but if you want more chaotic fire, you can turn that up. For the flow source, this is a very important step. We need to make sure this is set to particle system, and then select it right here in the drop-down menu. As for the size, I'm going to go slightly lower to around a value of 0.8. As for the size, I'm going to go slightly lower to around a value of 0.8.
0.8.
And then initial velocity. This is another very important step. The source right here controls how much velocity it's going to multiply. With a lot of my testing, I found that initial velocity of around 6 or 7 looks pretty good. So for this
6, 7. 6.7.
I'm going to go with a value of 7. And remember, since we have 2 other circles, what we need to do is open up this cylinder in the outliner, select the other circle, and just do the same thing. You can't copy the modifiers on this one because it's going to overwrite the particle system, so we're just going to have to do this manually. So just add it in, fire and smoke, set the sampling up to 10, and then for the flow source, switch it to particle system and select the particle system in the drop down menu, turn on initial velocity and set that up to 7. And do that exact same thing for the last circle. With that done, we are ready to bake it in, so go ahead and select your domain. If you want to do a test bake just to make sure this works properly, you can set it to like 64 and bake this in just to see if the fire is working well and you like the shape of it, which I might do. Since this is going pretty fast, let's just have it bake it all the way through, take a look at it, and then bake it at a higher resolution. Alright, let's take a look at this, and keep in mind this is a very low resolution, so you can see here
Wait.
well and you like your domain. If you want to do a test bake just to make sure this works properly, you can set it to like 64 and bake this in just to see if the fire
Uh, 64. Big data. Oh boy. Eh. don't think my computer is like an awesome, super duper all. Maybe, perhaps, I should get myself another slice of pizza. This is gonna take a real long time.
Is working well and you like the shape of it, which I might do. Since this is going pretty fast, let's just have it bake it all the way through, take a look at it, and then bake it at a higher resolution. Alright, let's take a look at this, and keep in mind this is a very low resolution. So you can see here, it is quite chaotic. If you find that it's moving too fast or too slow, you can play around with the particle system. What I might do actually is free this bake. I think the initial velocity source is too high. So over here in the source panel, we're going to set this down to 6 for all of these objects. And then go ahead and select your particle system. I'm also going to set the domain slightly slower as well to 0.8. So go ahead, save your project once again, and set the domain up to the resolution that you prefer. I'm going to go with 320, and then click on Bake Data. Alright, the bake is done, and we can go ahead and take a look at it by switching through these frames just to make sure everything is working properly. You'll notice if we try to play a simulation, it's going to really slow down because of the high resolution. But if you want to see what your simulation looks like before you render, click in the top right corner right now, and that'll show you how to render out a viewport animation. So for this material, we're going to come up to the top right and split this view once again and switch it over to the shader editor. With the domain selected, let's create a new material. Now for this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to create the material in Cycles, and then later in this tutorial, if you want to render it in Eevee, you can skip to this part of the video. For now though, I'm going to jump over to the render engine and switch it over to Cycles. So first, we don't need the principled shader. Let's go ahead and delete that, and then add in the principled volume shader. I'm going to take the volume and plug it into the volume of the material output. If we go into rendered view, we should be able to see what it looks like. Right now we don't have any flames, and that's because we need to plug it in. I'm going to press Shift A and go over to input, and then add in an attribute node. We're going to place that over here. Then I'm also going to add in a converter, color ramp, and then finally one more node. I'm going to press Shift A, add in a math node, and place it here. What we're going to do is take the heat value from our domain and plug that into the emission shader. That's going to give a really cool look with a lot of detail. So type in the word heat for the attribute, take the factor, plug it into the color ramp, take the color, plug it into the add, but we're going to switch this over to multiply, then take this and plug it into the emission strength. If we bring up this value, you're going to see that it starts to emit light, but it doesn't really look that good. It still looks like smoke. So what we'll do is we'll drag the black value this way to clamp down on those smoky values. We'll drag the white up a little bit and then add in another node. This handle is going to be a black handle, and if we bring these together to something like this, we're going to get a lot of cool detail in the fire, as you can see there. Now Now to bring in the color, you can either use a color ramp and set the colors how you want, or you can have Blender do it automatically for you by adding in a black body node. If we take the color, plug it into the emission, if we then set this to around like 1250 or so, 1300, something like that, we set the value all the way up to 200, we're gonna get some really cool looks. If you notice that your fire is very white and also kind of a pink color, that might be because in the color management, it's set to AGX, which for this scene doesn't really look that great, so I'm gonna switch it back over to Filmic, and now we get some nice orange and bright saturated colors. At this point, you can play around with how the fire looks. If you think that there is too much fire, clamp down on it using this color ramp. I might go pretty low, something like this. That looks a little bit better. Now I also want to bring in the smoke. And so for this one, we're going to press Shift A and add in an input, a volume info node. And we're gonna do the same thing with the color ramp. So let's just duplicate this. We're gonna take the density, plug it in, and using another multiply node, we'll take the color, plug it into the top input, and then this is gonna go into the density. Over here, we're going to drag this all the way to the left to bring back some of the smoke. We also don't need this black handle, so I'm going to delete it, and we can play around with how strong this smoke is gonna be. So something like this will look good. I'm gonna set the density much lower. Let's go with a value of around 50. You can also come over here to the principled shader and remove this density attribute so it only uses this
Okay, but
color ramp and the multiply node.
But, well, wait, hold on. How do you make the domain invisible? Add a material and turn the alpha down all the way, I guess. I don't get it at all. Get it at all.
For the density, and there we go, we now have a lot more smoke in our scene, and you can play around with the color ramp to get the desired effect. I might go down to 30 for the multiply node, and I think that is looking pretty good. If you want more white to come into your flamethrower, you can drag this
Domain. Product. Domain. Physics. Good. Domain. doing Blender work stack overflow. Whenever I try to go through domain remains visible, I tried Control A scale, turn on off visibility for render viewport. Here's a video demonstration. Oh. Don't. I try to do a fluid simulation, the fluid domain remains visible. The mesh needs to be baked. I thought I already baked the mesh.
In this Blender tutorial, I'll show you how to create realistic fire and smoke simulations for beginners. So if you've never used fire and smoke simulations before in Blender, I'll be covering all the basics and going over all the basic settings to create a realistic fire simulation. And if you'd like to help support the channel and purchase the tutorial project files, you can get the project files with the links in the video description. And if you enjoy my videos and you'd like to help support the channel monthly, a great way to do that is joining my Patreon page. So if you join one of my Patreon memberships, you'll get access to lots of Blender content like tutorial project files, and you'll be helping to support the channel monthly. So here I am in a new scene in Blender. I'll have my screencast keys right here in the corner so you can see what buttons I'm pressing. So I'm just going to start by selecting everything, and we're going to delete everything. So when you're doing a fire or smoke simulation, you need to add two different objects. One object is going to be where the fire is emitting out of, and then the other object is a domain which the fire is going to simulate in. So we'll go to the add menu. I'm just going to go here to mesh, and I'm just going to add an icosphere. And then I'm going to scale the icosphere down, and I'll type 0.2, and then I'll press Ctrl A and apply the scale so it's a bit smaller. That's a better size when modeling to the real life scale in Blender. So we're going to have the fire be emitting out of this object. So then we also need to add another domain object where the fire is going to simulate inside that object. So I'll go to the add menu, I'm going to add a cube, and I'm going to hold down the Z button, and I'll go to wireframe view, and in edit mode I'm going to bring the cube up, and then also if I go to the face select and select the top face, I can just bring the top face up. So the fire is only going to simulate in the size of the cube. And generally it's best to keep the cube as small as you can, because if the cube is really big, the simulation will take longer to simulate because it has a lot more space. So we'll select the icosphere, and then we're going to click right over here to go to the physics properties. Now you can see right here there isn't any button for fire and smoke, and so we actually need to choose fluid, and then on the fluid type we'll be able to choose fire instead of liquid. So here on the fluid type you can click right here, and there's a few different ones here. There's domain, flow, and effector. For this one here, for this object, we want to choose flow because this is where the fire is going to flow out of. And then right here you can see on the flow type we can choose between liquid or fire and smoke. We'll select the next object now, and we're also going to add the fluid physics. Now this is going to be the domain, so this is where the fire is going to simulate inside the cube. So on the type here we want to change it to domain, not flow, so choose domain. Now if you happen to use Blender for video editing like I do, then you might have this playback setting turned on. So if I just open this up, bring this up bigger, you can see on the timeline if I click on playback, and you can see there is a sync here. Because I do video editing in Blender, I have this set to sync to audio, but when you're doing simulations in Blender, it's a lot better to be able to see every frame, so I just keep this at play every frame, so just make sure it's set to play every frame.
So I'm going to press the space bar to play the animation, and you can see there's a little puff of smoke. So there's a few problems with this. For one thing, we can't actually see any fire, we can just see smoke, and then also it isn't continuing to flow. There's basically just one puff of smoke and then it disappears. So first what we're going to do is we're going to select the icosphere, and we're going to go here to the flow type. And here on smoke, instead of smoke, we can choose between fire or fire and smoke. Now if you change it to fire and smoke and then go back to the starting and play this, you can see there's a little puff of fire, but then it goes away. And then here on the fire, if I just change it to fire, you can see there is going to be a little bit of smoke, but there's a lot less. So if you want to have more like smoldering flames, and if you want there to be a lot more smoke, you can choose fire and smoke. However, I just want a little bit of smoke because I mostly just want it to be fire, so I'm going to choose fire. So choose fire and smoke if you want a lot more smoke, or just choose fire if you want very little smoke. Now if you pause the animation and then try going into the rendered view or try rendering this, you can see the fire isn't actually there, and that's because this fire here and the smoke that you can see is just a preview in the viewport. So later in the video we're going to be setting up a material for the fire, but just for now that is just going to be a preview in the viewport. It's normal that you can't see any fire in the render. Now I want there to be continuous fire, sort of like if this were a fire pit. So to fix this, we're going to go to this flow behavior. Now on default it's set to geometry, and so the geometry is just going to create fire depending on the object's geometry. So for example, if I have like a really big icosphere, there's going to be a big flame which is coming up, but it's only going to make as much fire as the size of the geometry. So because I want continuous fire, we're going to click on the flow behavior and we're going to change it to inflow instead. This way if I play the animation here by hitting the spacebar on the timeline, you can see there's just continuous fire. So now it looks like fire flowing from an outside campfire. Now there was also another one here which was called outflow. So if I duplicate the icosphere and bring it up here, and then on the flow behavior I'm going to change this to outflow. This is going to remove fire which touches it. So I'm just going to scale this up, stick it right here. Now if I go back to the starting and play this, you can see fire is going to disappear when it hits that object. So if you want the fire to disappear, you can add another object and change it to outflow, but I'm just going to delete this object. Now you can see that sometimes the simulation will update. You can kind of see the fire still disappeared, so you can go back to the starting and then play it again, and that might fix it. Another thing you can do is just slightly move the object, kind of drag the object over, and then if you play it again, that should fix the simulation there in the viewport. Now I wanted to show you how to set up the fire manually. However, there is a way to create a quick smoke effect. So if I just go to the add menu and add another icosphere, I'll just scale this down and bring it over here. With this object selected, I can click on object and I can go here to quick effects, and there's a few different quick effects here like fur, explode, and a few different more ones. I'm going to choose the quick smoke, and so what this is going to do is going to create a domain, and it's going to add this object and then add smoke coming out of it. So this is a much quicker way to quickly set up a fire simulation. So it's pretty much done everything that we've done here in this simulation. So if you want to just do that in the future, you can just add an object, and then you can just go to object, quick effects, and you can add quick smoke. So now let's go over the different settings to change the look of the fire. So we're going to select the icosphere again. So we already talked about the flow type, so you can choose between smoke, fire, or fire and smoke. I'm going to leave it at fire. And then we already talked about the flow behavior, so inflow, outflow, and geometry, but for this object we're going to use outflow, so it flows out fire. Now there's also this check mark here called use flow. So if I turn this off, go back to the starting and play this, you can see there is no fire, or if I turn it back on, you can see the fire is going to start. So this is great for if you want to have like the fire be delayed. So let's say you didn't want the fire to start until frame 60. So what I could do is go one frame back, I can turn this off, and then what I can do is hit the I key with my mouse hovered over that value. It's going to add a keyframe. Then if I go one frame over by hitting the arrow key, I can click to turn it on and then hit the I key to add another keyframe. You can now see there's two keyframes in the timeline. So if I play this, that's going to delay the animation. So now if I play this, the fire starts. And then what I could do is hit the I key, go one frame over, turn it off, and then hit the I key again. So now you can see it starts at frame 60, and then you can see it'll just start and the fire will just go out. So this is a great way to animate the fire. I'm just going to select the keyframes and just delete the keyframes, and I'll turn the use flow back on. So you can use the use flow just to animate the fire turning on and off. Now the sampling sub-steps is going to improve the quality of the fire. However, if you turn this up too high, it might start to get kind of laggy. You can see it doesn't look too bad, but it is definitely a bit more laggy. However, I'm just going to keep this down down to 0. I don't really want to turn up this value, but if you find it's a bit low quality and you want to improve it, you can turn that up. Now, as far as the general quality and the detail of the smoke, we're going to be adding a lot more detail later. You can see it's really blobby right now, so we'll be adding that later. We'll be adding more detail to it later in the video. Now, there's also this absolute density, so if I turn this off and then play this, you can see more and more smoke is just going to continue to build up. So this makes like a really large fire simulation. This might be good for like an explosion or like a large house that's on fire or something. But if you turn the absolute density on and then play this, you can see it's going to be more natural, looks more like a campfire. And so the smoke is going to dissipate and then go away, and then more smoke will replace it. Now the fuel is going to fuel the fire. So if you turn this up, there's going to be a lot more flames. So you can see if I turn this up all the way to 5 on the fuel, there's going to be a very large simulation. Or if I turn this down maybe to like a 0.2 and then go back to the starting and play this, it's going to be a very small simulation. What I'm going to do is turn this to like a 0.6. So now when I go back to the starting and play this, you can see the simulation is just a little bit smaller, and I like that a bit better. So the fuel is going to add more fuel to the fire, so it's like you're adding more logs to the fire and making a much larger fire. Now there's also this vertex group here, and so you can create a vertex group on an object, and then the fire is only going to come out of that area. So let me just go into edit mode, and what I'm going to do is go to the face select, and I'm just going to select these two faces. I'm now going to click right over here to go to the object data properties, and I'm going to open up the vertex groups. I'll click on the plus here to create a new group. You can rename the group if you want to, but then I'm going to click on the assign button, and that's just going to assign those faces to that vertex group. Now what I'm going to do is go back here to the physics settings, and here on the vertex group I can choose the group that we added. And now when I play this, you can see it's just coming out on this corner because it's only emitting out of those faces. But I'm just going to delete this because I want it to come out the entire thing. But if you have maybe like a ground plane or some kind of object and you just want to have the flames coming out of little bits, like maybe you have a log which is on fire, you can just assign the vertex group to different parts of the log or the object, and then the fire will only come out from those faces. Now there's also the flow source here, so I'll open this up, and there's two main settings. There is a mesh and there's particle system. So with mesh, it's just going to emit the flames out of the object's mesh. However, if I change this to particle system, it's going to be emitted out of the particles. And so let me just show you real quick. You don't have to follow along with this, but you can if you want to. I'm going to go to the particles here. I'm going to click on new to add new particle settings. And then if I play this, you can see particles are coming out, and I'm just going to bring this up here so the particles kind of fall down into the domain. And then what I want to do is go back to the physics, and here on the flow source, we set this to particle system, and then we can just choose the particle system that we added. Now if I play this, you can see that there's going to be fire coming out of the particles. So let me just scale up the domain object, make it really big. So now you can see it's like almost like there's a bunch of little fireballs or something which are coming out there, because every single one of the particles is going to be emitting fire. So you could definitely get some really cool effects with this, especially if you turn up the quality. It looks kind of blobby right now, but if you turn up the quality, it could look really cool. But what I'm going to do is just select this object, and I'm going to delete the particle system. Let's just bring this down here, go back to the starting, and I'm going to bring the domain here back to the original size and just bring this down here. So we're just back to where we started before. And if we select the icosphere, go here to the flow source, I'm going to change this back to mesh, so the fire is just emitted out of the mesh of the object. Now there's another cool option here called initial velocity, so I can turn on the initial velocity and we can basically make the fire shoot out in one direction. So for example, there is the normal, so if I turn up the normal, let's just turn this up to like a 1. I need to make it a little bit stronger, so I'll turn this up to like a 20, and I'll bring the icosphere up here. So now when I play this, you can see the fire is coming out of the direction of the normals. So the normals are the direction that the face is pointing, so you can see the flames are kind of coming out at all these different angles. Or let's say I wanted the fire to shoot out on the x-axis, so here on the initial velocity, I could turn the x-axis here to maybe like a 20. You can see it's now shooting out on this side, it's shooting out along the x-axis because we turned the initial velocity to 20 here on the x. So this would be a really great way to create like a flamethrower, or maybe like a rocket launch if you want to have a flame coming out of the bottom of a rocket. But let me just bring this back into the center, and I'll just turn the initial velocity back to 0, and I can just turn off this setting. Now at the very bottom here, there is a texture setting, so I can turn on the texture setting. I'll just check mark this, and so you can actually add a texture texture, and then different parts of the mesh where the texture is going to have the flames coming out more in some areas and less in other areas. So you can choose a texture here. So first let's click right over here to go to the texturing workspace. We'll add a new texture, and on image or movie here I could change it to a few different ones. Let's choose like the Musgrave, and then if you just click right back here to go to the physics, scroll down, make sure you've chosen that texture. You can see it added it automatically. So if I play the simulation, let's go back to the fire settings. You can see because I've added this Musgrave texture, the fire looks a little bit more natural and it kind of has a little bit more variation. The lighter parts of the texture means that there's going to be more fire, and then the black parts means that there's going to be less fire. So you could change the different types here, like let's try clouds. You can kind of see how clouds look. So you can see the flames just look a lot more random. So what I'm going to do is change it to Musgrave. I think Musgrave looks really nice. And then another thing you could do if you want to is go down here to colors, and you could turn up the contrast. So if I turn up the contrast, now there's clear areas where it's black and white, and it just makes it even more contrasted. Now I'm going to click back here to go to the physics settings, and there's a few more settings you can play around with. So there's a scale and an offset. So we have the size here. So if I turn this up maybe to like a 20, you can kind of see the texture is now a bit larger, or I could make it really small, like a 0.1 or something. Now I'm finding that the contrast is adding way too much fire. So if I go back here to the texture panel, I'm going to turn the contrast back to the default of 1, and then we'll just play the animation. And that looks a lot better because there was a bit too much fire. Now back over here on the physics settings, you can actually animate the offset to make the flame look a bit more natural, because you can actually move the offset of the texture. So I'm going to do that. So here on the end frame, I'm going to set this to 150. I'm just going to have it be a short animation of 150 frames because fire simulations do take a long time to render. So what I'm going to do is go to frame 0, and I'm going to hit the I key with my mouse hovered over the offset. Then I'm going to go to just a little bit past the very end, and then I can type in maybe an offset of like 20, and then hit the I key to add a new keyframe. And then here in the timeline, let's select everything. We're going to hit the T key, and we're going to change the type here to linear so it moves at a consistent speed. So now I can kind of play this, and that should just add a bit more variation to the flames. And then if I zoom in here, you can see the flames are kind of like wobbling a lot. That's because the offset is moving. So what I might want to do is hit the A key to select the keyframes, and I might want to scale the keyframes up just so that the offset moves quite a bit slower. So now you can see it doesn't look quite as wobbly. It just kind of moves up and down just a little bit. So that makes it look a bit more natural. Now you can also make the fire collide with objects. So I'm going to go to the add menu, and I'm just going to add a cube, and I'll bring the cube up. Let's go into edit mode, and I think I will scale it down. Just kind of make like a slab right there. We'll just stick it on top of the fire. So now what we're going to do on the new cube object is we're going to add fluid.
Nope.
But then here on the
Understand.
pipe, we're going to change it to effector instead. So now if I go back to the start and play this, you can see the fire is trying to go around the cube that we added. So this would be really useful if you have like a brick wall or a burning building or something, and you want the fire to interact with other objects in the scene. Now something else that you might want to do, let me just delete this object first. Something else that you might want to do is hide this object from the viewport, because maybe you just want to have this object emit the flames, but you want to have like a campfire or have some other objects, and you don't actually want to see the icosphere. Well, to do that, you can hide it from the render. So what you can do is click over here to go to the object properties, and you can open up the visibility, and then you can see there is show in viewports and show in renders. So if I just
Videos. New folder. Engine. Nope.
disable the renders, then if I were to render the scene, this icosphere would be invisible. But for the demonstration of this video, I'm going to keep it turned back on so you'll be able to see the icosphere. Alright, so we've gone over the main settings of the flow object. Let's now click on the domain object, and we have more settings on the domain object. Select the domain, and we're going to click back here to go to the physics properties. Now I did mention this earlier, but what you want to do is make sure that this object is just as big as you need it, because if this object is really large, then there's going to be more space that Blender has to simulate, and so the simulation is going to take longer. So just make sure this object is just big enough to fit the simulation. Now on the domain type, you can see there's liquid and gas. The liquid is if you're doing a fluid simulation, but we're going to leave it as gas for the fire. Now right here we have this resolution division, and this is the main setting to adjust the quality of the simulation. So for example, if I turn this up to like a 200, so it's really high quality, now if I play this, you can see it's going to be very laggy in the viewport, but you can see how much higher quality this is. If I kind of zoom in here, you can see it's way more detailed. So maybe for the resolution divisions, just for now, I might turn it to like a 60. So if I play this, it's definitely going to be higher resolution, but it's still a bit low quality. But later on in the video, before we bake this, we're going to turn the resolution divisions much higher. Now there's also a time scale setting, and this is simply going to change the speed of the animation. So 1 is probably pretty good for most fire simulations, but if you find it's a bit slow, you could maybe turn it up to a 1.2 or a 1.5. You can see if I turn this up pretty high, just play this again, the fire is going to be really fast. Or if you want to do like a slow motion video, I could turn it to like a 0.2, and the fire is going to be much slower. I'm just going to keep the time scale at 1 because that's the default. Now there's also the border collisions, and so with this, the border is going to interact with the fire. So right now if I just play this, you can see the flames just disappear when they get to the very top. However, let's turn on the border collisions front. So if I turn this on and play this again, you can see the smoke isn't going to disappear, it's kind of going to stay right up here. But I'm going to keep these settings turned off because I don't really want the fire to interact with the edges of the domain. Now there's another useful setting called the adaptive domain. So if I turn this on, you can see the domain is actually going to change size depending on the size of the animation. So this can be useful for making it not quite as laggy, because when the fire is smaller, the domain is going to be smaller, but then when it gets larger, it's going to eventually get to the size that you've created it. So in edit mode, whatever size you've made, but then once it gets to that size, it's not going to get any larger. So I'm going to leave this turned on, so that should help the simulation speed just to be a bit faster. Now under the gas settings, there is a buoyancy density. So if I turn the buoyancy density up, it's going to make the fire rise faster. And you can also turn the heat up as well. So if I turn up the buoyancy and the heat, now if I play this, you can see the smoke rises quite a bit faster, and the smoke also looks a bit more crazy and abstract. But I'm going to keep these at the default of 1. Now there's also this vorticity setting, and this is going to make it act like a bit more windy and just make the smoke and fire a lot more crazy. So let me turn this up to a much larger value. So if I turn this up to like a 4, you can see it's going to be really crazy. That is of course way too big. Let me just turn it to a small value, maybe just like a 0.5. Now if I play it, you can see the smoke definitely is going to be a little bit more crazy, but it's not too crazy. But I'm going to keep the vorticity back to 0. Now we can also turn up the dissolve setting, and this will make the smoke either last longer or disappear faster. So if I turn the time to 1, you can see the fire is disappearing very fast, so this might be a good way to create like a little fireball or a glowing orb. Let's turn it up to a bit larger. Now you can see at time of 8, the fire is definitely going to last a bit longer and the smoke will last a bit longer. So you can use the dissolve to just make the smoke disappear quicker. I'm going to turn off the dissolve though, because I don't want to use it. Now there's also this cool noise feature, so if I turn this on, this is going to add a bit of noise to the edges, so you can see it looks a lot more detailed now. Now I find that this can actually make it a little bit too noisy, and it might look a bit unrealistic. Maybe this would be better for like a really large detailed explosion if you want to create kind of like an explosion, but I think for an object like
Big simulation.
So now we're going to go back up here to the cache, and we can use the cache to bake the simulation. So if I just play this in the viewport, it's really laggy, and especially if I turn the quality up, it would just be way too laggy in the viewport, so it would be hard to actually see what the simulation is going to look like. Now on the cache type, you have 3 different options. Replay is the one that we've been using, and this will just play it in real time as we are playing the simulation. So this is good at the very starting when you just want to adjust the rough settings. If I change the type to modular, you can bake simulations individually. So for example, if I like turn on this noise here, you can see the noise actually has a noise which I can bake, so I could bake the noise separately. First though, I'd have to go back up to the very top here and I have to bake the simulation, and then I could go down here and bake the
So, I'm baking again. 9 o'clock. Okay. Is it not doing the particles? I don't think it's doing its thing.
The noise. I'm going to keep the noise turned off though, so you can use the modular if you want to bake them separately. However, I'm going to go back to the cache here, and instead of modular, I'm going to choose all, and so this is going to bake all of the simulation at once. So you can see now when I try to play this in the viewport, it's not showing any fire because I haven't baked the simulation. So it's a good idea to save your project before you bake it, and also let's scroll right up here, and I'm going to change the
We'll save.
resolution divisions. I'm going to make this a much higher value of 250, so it's a lot higher resolution. So this is going to look a lot higher quality, but it will also take longer to bake. Let's scroll down to the bottom here. I'll hit Control S to save, and then I'll turn the end frame here to 150, so you can choose the start frame of the bake and the end frame of the bake. So I'll turn to 150 so that it bakes a little bit faster. And then we'll click on Bake All, and we can just wait for this to bake, and I'll come back when it's finished. So the simulation has finished baking, and you can see it's much higher quality now because we had it way down at like a 60 or a 30, but we now have the resolution at 120. So you can see it's a lot higher quality. Now, if you still think the quality looks a little bit low resolution, it is actually going to be higher resolution in the final render. So we can now jump over to the materials and create some cool materials, because if I go into the rendered view, we still can't actually see the smoke. So let's click right over here to go to the shading workspace. Now here on the render properties, I am going to be using the Cycles rendering engine because I'm going for realism. You can use Eevee if you want to, but I find that the fire and smoke simulations just aren't as high resolution and aren't as high quality. You can definitely do this in Eevee, and the material will work the same in Eevee, but I'm going to be using Cycles. Now you want to add the material to the domain. You don't want to add the material to this object. You can add a different material to this object if you want to, but for the smoke material and the fire material, you need to select the domain. Let's click on New to add a new material.
And now we're going to shading. Okay. No. Shader editor. Cool, what's next?
And I can just call this fire. And we'll go into the rendered viewport mode to see how this is looking. And I'm going to click over here on the world properties, and I'm just going to delete the world so it's fully black so we can really... And I'm going to click over here on the world properties, and I'm just going to delete the world so it's... fully black so we can really see the fire glowing. Now we don't want to use the principled shader because this is just going to be on the surface. We want to use the volume instead. So we're going to delete the principled shader. Let's go to the add menu. And we're going to search for the principled volume and
Principled volume.
because this is a volume, we're going to put it into the...
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put this there. And then I'm going to do that. Actually, I'm gonna put it over here and full screen it. And I'm going to just go into properties and show that. So that's what I'll be doing.
The volume instead of the surface. You can see not that much has changed. Now, one easy way that you can show the fire and the smoke is to turn up the black body intensity. So if I turn the black body intensity all the way up to 1, you can see the fire and the smoke. And you could turn up even higher to maybe like a 10, so the fire looks a lot brighter. Now there is something that I want to change regarding the color management. So if I click here on the render properties and scroll down here, let's open up the color management at the very bottom. And if I change the view transform from AGX, which is the default, I'm going to change it to Filmic instead. And you can see the colors look quite a bit.
Render. Color management. Display. Filmic.
More saturated, and then here on none, I'm going to change this to high contrast. So you can see here's the difference between AGX. The colors just don't look that nice. I think changing it to Filmic definitely makes the colors look better. So I'm going to use Filmic, and I'll change the look to high contrast. So now you can also change this temperature value. So if you turn this up, you can see things are going to be a bit lighter and a bit blown out, or you can turn the temperature down if you want it to be a bit more red. And maybe even, I could even turn the black body intensity even higher to like a 20. So that's one way to create the fire material, but I'm going to be using a different method that I like better. So I'm going to move the principled volume up here, and I'm going to duplicate it and drop it down here, and I'm just going to plug the volume into the volume here, and then with the volume, principled volume selected, I'll hit the backspace, and that's going to reset it. So what I'm going to do instead is search for volume info. Let's drop the volume info right here. And I can now take the flame, and I can put the flame into the emission strength. If I were just to turn the emission strength up, you can just see it looks really backspace, and that's going to reset it. So what I'm going to do instead is search for volume info. Let's drop the volume info right here. And I can now take the flame, and I can put the flame into the emission strength. If I were just to turn the emission strength up, you can just see it looks really blocky, and that doesn't look good, but if I put the flame into the emission strength, now that looks a lot nicer and more detailed. I can also take the flame and put the flame into the emission color to adjust the colors. Now I want to change the colors, so if I go to the add menu, I can search for a color ramp, and I'll drop the color ramp here between the volume info and the emission color. So this way we can customize the color of the flames. So that's one reason why I like this method better. So what I'm going to do is hold down the control key and click here in the middle to add a tab, and then for this tab I'm going to make it like a bright red. The control key and click here in the middle to add a tab, and then for this tab I'm going to make it like a bright red, and then for this color here I'm going to make it kind of like a bright yellow orange. And then you could also keep this one as black. You could change this color if you want to. You can see if I turn it up a little bit, it kind of adds like a lighter bit on the edges, but I'm going to keep this as black. You could also like drag this over here and add another tab and make this one a little bit more white. So maybe I'll do that, make this like a really light color, maybe like a bright yellow. Now the fire doesn't look really bright, and so we need to make the emission strength stronger. If, for example, I just drop a color ramp here and then just drag this white out, you can see there is more white, so it does look slightly brighter, but this isn't actually making the fire brighter. And that's because this color ramp just has a black value which is 0 and a white value which is 1. I'm going to hit Control X to delete the color ramp. So what I'm going to do instead is add a math node, and I'm going to drop the math node between the flame and the emission strength, and we can turn up the value, and this is going to make a value brighter than 1. So if I turn this up more and more, now you can see the fire looks much brighter.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn this value to like a 30. So it's quite a bit brighter. change the colors, kind of play around with the colors. Now you can't really see the smoke that well, so what we're going to do is turn up this density value so you'll be able to see more of the smoke. So you can see if I turn this up to a pretty big value, now the smoke is really dense. I'm just going to turn the density to a 10 here so you can see just a little bit of the smoke. Now it's still pretty hard to see, so to fix this, I'm going to go here to light on the add menu and I'm going to choose a sunlight, and I'll bring the sunlight up here and I'll just rotate it over. And then here on the side panel, I'll just turn the sunlight settings maybe up to like a 5 or even up to like a 10, and now you can see that smoke a lot better. So if I click back on the domain to go to the settings, you can see now if I change the density here, that's going to make the smoke a lot more thick. So if you want like really thick smoke, kind of like that, you could turn this way up. I'm just going to keep it to maybe like a 5 or maybe like a 10, so the smoke is just a little bit visible. So we are just about ready to render this. Let's click back here to go to the layout, and I'll go to the add menu and I'll add a camera, and I'll move my view right about here and hit Control Alt Numpad 0 to bring the camera to my view. And if I click right over here to go to the output properties, I'm going to change the resolution X and Y both to 1920 by 1920, so it's a square image, and then I might just move this in here, something like that. Now another very important setting to make the file look
Well, what did they do with the second? They didn't do anything with the second. It's full volume.
resolution X and Y both to 1920 by 1920, so it's a square image, and then I might just move this in here, something like that. Now another very important setting to make the file look a lot more realistic and add a lot more detail is to turn on the motion blur. So I'll throw up two images here on the screen. Here is the same exact render but with the motion blur turned off, and here's the other render with the motion blur turned on. So turning on the motion blur is super effective for making the smoke look much more detailed, so I'd highly recommend turning on the motion blur. It will make the scene longer to render, but it makes the smoke look so much better. So I'm definitely going to be turning on that motion blur. Let's open up the sampling here, and on the samples here, for this scene, I find that you can just use a very small samples, so I'm going to change the samples to 20 here on the render samples. And then I'm also going to turn on the render denoise, so it denoises the image, so there won't be quite as much noise. Now I also want to add just a very small glow in the compositor, so let's click here to go to the compositor, let's click on use nodes, and I can go to the add menu and I can search for the glare node. Drop this here. I can also just search for a viewer node. We can put the image up to the viewer just like that, so we can preview it in the background when we render it. So let's just give this a test render by hitting F12 to render. And once the render's finished, I'll just hit escape and that'll go back to the compositor. I'm going to hit the M key just to mute that node, and I want to show you something with the quality. So if I go right down here, you can see right here there's kind of like these little pixelated areas, or it kind of looks like there's little steps, and so this is the resolution. So that main resolution setting that I talked about, if you don't like how this is, then you'll need to turn up the resolution higher, but the smoke simulation looks pretty good in the rest of the scene. It just looks maybe slightly low quality on there, so I'm going to keep it at 250. Now if I select the glare and hit the M key to unmute it, let's just drag this out of the way so I can see how it looks. And for For the glare type, I find that fog glow looks pretty good. If you change this to bloom, it's going to be way too strong, and I just don't like how that looks. It doesn't look like fire. Now you could turn the threshold up to make it like less strong, but it's still just going to have like this big blob of glow, and I really don't like that. So I find that changing it to fog glow works the best. So it's just going to be a very subtle glow. I'm also going to turn the threshold down to 0 because I find that just makes the entire thing a little bit more glowing, or you could even turn the threshold up to a small value of like a 0.2, and then you could also turn the size down if you don't want it to be quite as big, and you can also change the quality, so you could use high quality. That'll make it a little bit smaller but higher quality. I'm just going to leave it at medium, and I might turn the size down just a little bit.
Keep picking at my face. At the 8-hour mark. Woo! Okay. Gonna grab myself some juice. And that's the render. So where's that file? Where that file be at? Videos. Engine test. Oh no. Oh no. It just did a ton of PNGs. Oh, I didn't want that. I didn't want a ton of PNGs. I wanted an MP4. No. Hey. Delete. No. Why must you forsake me? Video MPEG 4. That's what I wanted. Render the animation. I know I can do better. I know I can do better. However, this is 8 hours of work so far. I can't destroy myself. I mustn't. I must not defenestrate myself. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. I think a lot of this orchestral music I haven't even listened to. Oh yeah, this is new stuff. Oh, I'm almost at the end of the playlist, actually. Well, guess I know that 8 hours is the limit. Well, actually, or like 12 hours is the limit, at least for this playlist. Fifty more frames. 50 more frames. I hope I didn't burn myself out. Well, there's something. Okay, so I'm going to need to get good sound effect audio for an engine. Does YouTube have a sound effect library? Audio library. Sound effects. Rocket. No, that's airplane rocket close fire close. That's, no. I guess that could work. Wonderful. So now if I control save, no, the Blender file, not the HTML. Saved rocket test cell, new video editing. Then it's that, then videos, engine test. Here, fade out. Okay. Okay. Yep. File. New. 1080 by 420. Add alpha channel and delete. Get this. Have that. 99 font, Liberation Mono. 00FF03. How do you spell fifth? FIFTH. No. No. FTH. Wonderful. Uh, export 24 frames per second. Output videos, engine test, accept video encoding MP4. Wonderful. Wonderful. And I got to rename that as engine render. Okay. Animation. Wonderful. Perfect. Well, that's going to be it for today. I'll see everybody tomorrow, hopefully. I'm going to get this posted.